Hi there, my name is Dan Scott and I'm an Adobe certified instructor for Photoshop. Now together in this course, me gonna learn everything we need to know about using Photoshop. This course is for beginners. You don't need any previous knowledge in Photoshop, photography, or... So this is a project-based course, which means we're not gonna go through every single tool in every one of its little settings. What we're gonna do is we're gonna set real-world examples and then learn the tools and features necessary to make it both beautiful and easy. You'll learn how to easily enhance images, correcting the light and the color. You'll know how to add, remove, and change. We'll select, we'll mask, and we'll combine images. Then we'll work with text. We'll also add logos that we can create beautiful flyers and posters, plus some banner ads. You'll learn the Photoshop secret sauce. We can magic up more background or completely remove objects and people from images. Before the end of the course, you'll have the skills to mask anything, including the dreaded hair. Using those amazing new masking skills, you'll be able to clear cut images and start playing with some interaction with things like the type in the back. Together we'll work through lots of popular visual styles and learn the tools and tricks necessary to make them easily. There's my favorite section where you'll learn how to distort, transform, and manipulate images. We'll make our own graphics using simple techniques to create graphics like this from scratch. You wouldn't be complete as a Photoshop user without the solid retouching skills we'll learn. And finally, any good Photoshop user should know how to put an island inside of a bottle. There are exercise files that you can download so you can work alongside me. There are also assignments that I set throughout the course so that you can practice your skills. So if you've never opened up Photoshop, or you have and you really struggled with the basics, follow me and I will show you how to make beautiful images inside of Photoshop. The end. Good work, everybody. Sound guy, camera guy, guys. There's no other people here. Bye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to just set up for this course so it all runs nice and smoothly. The first thing you'll do is download the exercise files. There will be a link on the page here to go off and download those so you can play along. You don't have to, but obviously it'd be easy if you had the exercise files and work along with me. The next thing to do is just getting your workspace. Like, it depends on what I mean by workspace is just what Photoshop looks like. Sometimes it looks like this, sometimes it looks like this, sometimes it looks complete. Everyone right now get it all looking the same by going to Window, get under Workspace, and let's click on Essentials Default. It's kind of, yeah, that's the basic kind of layout for Photoshop. Now yours won't have this group of images because that's specific for me, but what you might do is it might still be looking different. You can go to Window, Workspace, and click on Reset Essentials. That just kind of like rejigs it to make sure it's kind of as it was out of the box. Handy if later on you're dragging this and it somehow gets connected to this thing over here and this bit gets dragged out. So if you ever get lost like this, you're like, man, it's everywhere. Just go back up to Window, go to Workspace, and go to Reset Essentials, and it goes all back to its happy home. The other thing you might do, this is more optional. I have to do it because on a Mac, it's under Photoshop CC, Preferences, General. If you're on a PC, it's under Edit, and it's way down the bottom here somewhere. Okay, so go to Preferences, and you might click both of these, or it says Reset Preferences on Quit and Reset All Warning dialog boxes. That's just going to kind of like, you know, if you've made any changes throughout the software, it's going to kind of reset it back to the defaults. And you might not do that. I do it so that yours looks exactly like mine. If you are a kind of a user of Photoshop, you might just leave that because you might have made some changes and you don't want to, I guess, wreck your changes. The one thing to note though, if you reset your preferences, it's on quit. It means you got to go to, on a PC, go to File, Quit Photoshop, or on a Mac under here, Photoshop, Quit. Just quit it and open it back up, and only then will those preferences be redone. Next thing to note is I'm using CC 2018. Okay, that's the version of Photoshop. If you're using an earlier version, okay, the features won't work. Now, what features won't work? There'll be a few of them. Okay, if you are using, say, CS6 or CS5, which is quite old now, this will still work. So should you do it? You should. There's going to be a few things that don't work, and that's just, I guess, you need to upgrade to the newer version, but there'll be lots of it still for you. But double check. You can go to help and go to updates. Just make sure you've got the latest version. One of the difference between yours and mine is you might not see this 3D option here, and a couple of like little weird things under filter and render. We're not going to cover them in this course, so it's no big deal. But if you are finding later on after this course, you're like, man, why there was 3D in Dan's version and not in mine? It's probably just your version of Photoshop it's not your Photoshop, it's your laptop or your computer. It's probably using what's called a 32-bit operating system, and it just won't work with 3D. So it's come in a couple of flavors, and it'll do its best on your operating system. So if you've got an old crappy operating system, really old poor laptop, fans are very stressed, it might not do these things just because your computer just can't handle it. So you might have to upgrade the same version of Photoshop, but you might have to get a new upgraded laptop or computer. All right, the last thing to cover is the use of the images in this course. So you got the exercise files, you can totally use them to practice and follow along. But if you want to use them in your, say, portfolio or in some of your actual work, okay, your professional work, you need to go and license the images. Now, I've got all these Adobe stock, it's stock.adobe.com. I pay a monthly fee and I get 10 images. You can start your 30-day trial and get 10 images. Okay, but those images and pay for them to use them. Or just go and switch them out. So do the examples with me and then find some other free stock library images to use for your portfolio. So if you're finding like, it's a bit weird, it is a bit weird. I don't know, it's just one of the Photoshop things. Okay, so I've called it original. Now I can move it to the top and do what I like with it. We bring it up here because it's going to come more and more as we go through the course. There's some things you just can't do the background because it's locked. You could lock it again by clicking this lock icon. We never want to. But yeah, that is it. Now what I will do is, let's turn off the original, is these three here. I don't want you to leave this class thinking, auto tone's always better. Okay, it's not. This is kind of doing, later on in the course, you'll look at levels. This is what this is trying to do. Auto color is dealing with the hue and saturation automatically. And the thing is if this was a different image, you might find, because in this case, auto contrast didn't do a great job, right? You might find that it's actually absolute job that you were doing. So I find the auto features is really good when I don't want to do amazing photo retouching. I just want it to be better. Let's say I'm uploading photos, my Facebook or a business web gallery, and I just want them to be better. Okay, so I'm going to open them up in Photoshop, smash away at auto tone because I figured out that one for my kind of photo shoot, and then just keep doing it and saving them. So I don't have to go through and do any kind of hardcore adjustments that we're going to do a bit later. Okay, so just quick, but don't think auto tone is better than auto contrast. It really depends on your images. All right, last thing we'll do is we're going to save this file. Okay, so we're going to go to File, Save, and something strange is going to happen. It's not going to save it. It was called layers.jpg. You can see in the top left here. But because we've added layers, this is a specific photo. Okay, JPEGs can't have layers. So it needs to be saved as a different format. And Photoshop's clever and says you need to be PSD. Now, if you're on a Mac, yours might look like this. And that's fine, but see this little icon here? It's just better if it's opened up. Okay, I'm going to make mine a little bit smaller as well. If you're on a PC, it's okay, so on a Mac, just click that to open it up. And you don't need to change anything. We're going to call ours layers.psd, and all it means is it's going to be very similar to the last one, except a bit in here. The file size is going to be a bit bigger, but it's great because it's got all this layers that we can go and turn on and off later on. So let's save it as layers.psd, and now this pops up. We might as well cover this here. Maximize compatibility. This is always on. You never want, it just means that this is likely to open in a format. So, older versions of Photoshop. So if you're sending this to somebody who has CS6 or CS5, it's more than likely going to open. A tiny bit bigger, but it's not worth turning that off to save the file size because, yeah, it just means somebody might not be able to open it up. You can, I can't because I am a trainer and I need to show this to everybody that's new. It's a pain in the bum. Okay, but let's just click OK and ignore that and again for the course. All right, let's go to File, Close, and move on to our next video. Welcome everyone. This video is just going to be an introduction to navigating around Photoshop. We're going to combine these three images. Okay, this lovely little collage here, we're going to move them around, we're going to resize them, we're going to practice zooming in and out and navigating. No, not super exciting, but super fundamental. Let's get into it now in Photoshop. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to open up a bunch of files. So let's go to File and go to Open. And what I'd like you to do is in your exercise files, there is a folder called O1 layer. We'll click that. Inside of there, we want navigation, and we want navigation 1, 2, 3, and 4 as we're going to combine. Now you can open them individually by selecting them, clicking open, but that can get a bit tedious. So what we're going to do is click this first one at the top here, okay, and then hold down Shift on my keyboard, okay, and click the last one, and it should highlight. Or open them up individually, whatever works. Let's click open. All right, so in Photoshop, when you've got more than one document open, it transfers them into the tabs along the top here. So click on the tabs, just get used to it. Okay, so those are all the images that I've got open, 4 of them. And what I'd like to do is combine them all into this first image here. So we're gonna start with navigation 2. That's the one that I want to move into this navigation 1 document. Lots of ways of kind of copying images into files and moving them around. But I'm going to show you the way that I guess it's just kind of future bulletproof. It just works with later on when we get into slightly more complicated things like layer masks and adjustment layers. This technique is still going to work. And the technique is pretty simple. Okay, use the Move tool, okay, which is the first tool in your toolbar here. And all you do is click, hold, drag your mouse, clicking, dragging. Okay, drag, 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 drag. Hover above this tab for like a second, and then it switches. I've still got my mouse down, still holding. Okay, it's a bit weird. I know, I promise. Okay, I totally understand. So let's give it another practice though. Let's go to navigation 3. Okay, I'm gonna get my Move tool, click, hold, drag. I'm holding my mouse down, holding my left mouse key down, holding, hovering above the tab, and then letting go. That is the technique. It's kind of weird, but yeah, it's gonna prove future-proof later on. Let's go to the last one here. Click, hold, drag, hold, let go. Okay, we've got a slight problem with this one's a different size. Now I've resized these first ones just to make life easy, and they fit in. But more often than not, you're going to be kind of combining images, and they're going to be really different sizes. Sometimes they could be really big, okay, if you've taken them on a, quite a high-end digital, really big. So that's going to bring us into some more of the navigation things we need to learn throughout this course. Okay, I'm going to pile them all into here. Don't worry if you're like, oh man, it's too many. We're going to kind of reiterate these all the way through the course, and you'll find that the ones we cover right now in this video are going to be the ones that you use for at least the ones you use the most. Okay, so a couple of things I want to do now is I want to transform this guy here. Okay, he's just too big. So what I can do is I know it's selected because over here in my layers, okay, it's got that gray highlight, and I can turn the eye on and off, so I know it's the right one. Then go up to Edit, and let's go to this one that's called Scale. This one you're going to use really often. Okay, Edit, Transform, and Scale. And what I'd like to do is, now depending on your screen, okay, especially if it's a really big image. So we're going to learn one of our first shortcuts, okay, for navigation. We'll learn a couple in this course. Okay, and the really common one is if you're on a command key and tap the minus on your keyboard, it's kind of up the top there near your numbers. You'll see that it zooms out. If you're on a PC, hold down the control key and tap them. Okay, so minus zooms out and plus zooms in. So give a practice with that. Hold down Command on a Mac, Control on a PC, and just tap plus to zoom in, minus to zoom out. So minusing is going to allow us to see the edges of this transform box we've got here. We're scaling. Now what we're going to do now is you can move it around by clicking the center. Avoid crosshairs in the middle. It's just the center of rotation. It's not something we want to mess with for the moment. So anywhere inside of here moves it around. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of like line it up. Photoshop has a really cool tool that's on by default. It's called Smart Guides, and it just says, hey, did you mean lining up with this guy? And you're like, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. If yours isn't kind of snapping to the edges like mine, and just check that under Show. Down here, you've got a tick next to Smart Guides. That'll just make sure that's on. Okay, so what I want to do now is resize it. I'm going to just drag it. And what you'll notice is that if I just drag it, it's going to potentially distort it. You could drag it and kind of hopefully get it there. But a nice little trick is while you're dragging it, okay, before you let go, is hold down the Shift key. All right, I'm just going to pause the video here real quickly to explain an update that's happened in the latest version of Photoshop. So even though I just said in this very video, hold down the Shift key while you're resizing, Photoshop has changed that, so you do not have to hold down the Shift key anymore. It's a small change, And it's actually easier for you because you don't have to remember that shift shortcut. But you should take it, write it down. Whenever Dan says hold shift while resizing, don't do that anymore. So there's a couple of times throughout this course, not many, that I'll say hold shift while you're resizing. No, don't hold shift, don't do anything. Just drag the edges and it will resize fine. So that's it, let's get started back in the tutorial. Okay, so if yours has all gone a bit wrong, let's hit escape on your keyboard. That's the I didn't mean it button. Okay, hit escape. Let's go edit, transform, scale. Now, when I'm dragging this corner here, hold down the shift key. So down on your keyboard, hold shift, grab the corner. And what you'll notice is it locks the height and width. Now we're not looking for perfection here, just get it kind of close to these other ones. We'll be doing it perfectly later on, but get it kind of close to the right size. And last thing you need to do when scale is that you need to hit the enter key on your keyboard. Otherwise, it's kind of halfway through something. See all these dots on the side? It means, hey, I'm busy doing scaling now. You can't do anything else. Because if you go up to your panels along the top here, you see they're all grayed out. This means you can't do anything until you hit enter or return. All right, so let's zoom in. You know what Command plus and minus on a Mac or Control plus and minus on a PC, and holding down the space bar allows you to click, hold, and drag and move around. That is going to be it for this video. We're going to get into doing some actual photoshopping in the next video, I promise. So yep, let's finish it there. I will see you in the next one. Hi there, in this video we're going to look at something called levels. It's the thing I do the most in Photoshop. I open up an image and I sharpen up the blacks and the whites. Ready, steady, cool, huh? Here's another example, looks good, and then bam, looks better. All we're doing is making the blacks and the whites super strong using something called levels. Let's go and do it now in Photoshop. Get started. So from your exercise files, go to File, Open, and where we're exercise files, and we're going to be using O2 color. So double click to go inside there. Inside of here, we're going to open up levels 01. Click open. All right, so first we're going to find this adjustments panel. Okay, so this is where we find a lot of the adjustments we're going to do in this. If you can't find it, go up to Window and come down until you find adjustments, and it should have a little tick next to it. Cool, and if you hover above them all, you can kind of see as well, but you can see the name appears up here, watch. Okay, so the one you're looking for is levels. It's this kind of histogram looking bar chart type thing. Click on him once. Cool, what's up happening is nothing. Except to know that we've got this little new layer that we'll talk about in a little bit, and this big ugly thing opens up. Okay, now this thing better than it looks, okay, because let me show you the technique here. Basically, this is all the color information in our document. And you'll notice down the bottom here, there's a black little pointer, there's a kind of a gray one. Basically what it's showing is that there's no really white information and no really black information. There's a chunk of other stuff. There's quite a lot of light gray. You can kind of see in here. And even then, that doesn't really matter. Basically, what you want to do is grab the dark guy and drag him to the right. Click, hold, drag him. How far? Just keep an eye on my image over here. You see, drag him the darker it gets. What we want to do is basically drag him to the kind of first hump. Okay, so halfway up the first little hump here, and you'll notice that if I turn my preview on and off, there was a layer here, turn the eyeball on and off, it just really sharpens up the shadows or the dark parts. Same with the other side. Grab the white, drag it to the left, and basically just halfway up the first hump. Or at least until you feel like it's looking good. Okay, there's no like absolute science here. It really depends on your image. But that's the really good drag. The both ends in until they're halfway up the hump, and often it'll fix your image. There's no specific way to drag it. It just depends on your image. So I can drag it to the left and drag it to the right, and it darkens it up. So it really depends where you want it to be. I'm just dragging it back and forth, looking at my image until I find something that I like. Remember, turn the eye off. Have I made it better? Have I made it worse? Okay, it's better. It's pretty oversaturated. It's pretty sharp. And that, my friends, is how levels work. And it is the thing I do often when I open up an image, especially if it's something I've taken myself, and it's a way to kind of really get the rich blacks and the pure whites. And what Photoshop has done is that I can turn on and off. So later on, I can come back to this and either make adjustments, okay, or just turn it off and go back to the original. Very quick, it's very easy. What you'll do, a little exercise, go to File, go to Open, and there's one in there called Levels 2. Now what I've done throughout this course is that if there's ones that I've taken from a website called Unsplash, Unsplash is a cool website for commercial use images that you pay for. Okay, the only thing that they require is that you leave the artist name and where it came from doing. So this one here came from a paid stock library site. They don't require it. I paid to use it. This one here I didn't pay for, but Matthew Hamilton and his amazing photography just needs to be credited here. Anyway, so open up levels 2, click open, go through the same process here. Go to your adjustments panel, find levels, drag the hills in from both sides, the center slider, try left and right depending on what you're looking for, and that will give you some practice with the most common thing to do in Photoshop, in my opinion. In opinion, it is time to get on to the next video. All right, see you over there. Hey there, in this video we're going to enhance colors. I hate saying the word make colors pop, but that's kind of what we're just trying to kind of like lift some of the colors. So we're going to take this image that we've been working on and ready, just kind of richen it up, especially the background stuff. This image here, ready, 1, 2, 3. Ooh, colors are definitely enhanced and maybe some popping going on. Now this technique is after levels is one of the first things I do. So step 2 in my fixing up my images is levels, which we did in the previous video. And then I look at vibrance just to kind of lift and raise some of the colors without, we might have gone a little too far in this image. But that's okay. Let's learn how to do it now in Adobe Photoshop. All right, to get started, we're going to open up 2 files, same folder called O2 Color. I've got open Vibrance 01 and Vibrance 02. Vibrance 02 is from Malvestida magazine. Great, so we're going to have Vibrance 1 to start with. And what we're going to do is, in our adjustments panel, we're going to use this one here. It looks like a kind of a V with a, it's the Vibrance adjustment. Click on that. Now I just mentioned that vibrance is a good replacement for saturation in most cases. Okay, so if you had Photoshop before and you use the hue and saturation slider, okay, saturation is fine, but vibrance is definitely better. Why is vibrance better, in my opinion? Vibrance, what it does is it looks at the image, okay, and let's say the shoes are quite red already. Okay, but this kind of colored boards in the background are quite washed out. Vibrance does is, watch this, if I drag up saturation to the top, kind of to get this really blue color in the background here kind of popping, this red has to, okay, and gets too much. So I'm going to turn that back to 0. What happens with vibrance is, watch this, when I drag this up, you'll notice that the blue in the background gets better, but it leaves already saturated colors alone. So it's just generally just a really good, I don't normally drag it up this high. I've got this example just because it already. Let's have a look at the Vibrance 02. Okay, so same thing. I've got to my adjustments panel. I'm going to go to the vibrance. What happens when I drag up the saturation? It kind of like, I'm going way too high, right? I'm going all the way up to 100, but you'll see the greens start getting quite strong and the blues come out of here. Let's go down, down, up. Okay, but the problem is these colors that already had quite a strong color in them, okay, they start becoming kind of, I don't know, surreal or a bit too saturated. So let's leave this here and crank up this vibrance, and you'll notice that the greens are the leaves. You might not notice, so I've got it up to 100 and on and off. You'll notice that like the blue in here really came on strong, which is cool. And the leaves got a warmer kind of green in there, but you'll notice the bag, at least the colors in here in the, I'm going to call it a scarf, they get a little bit more, but not as much as these. So it's more like the already saturated get a little tweak, and the ones that are just quite weak in terms of their color saturation can get it lifted up, okay, to match some of those more saturated colors. Going to be it for vibrance. You can use both of them, vibrance and saturation, to go completely overboard. But that is it. All right, I will see you in the next video. Goodbye, Vibrance. Hi there, in this video we're going to change the color of stuff. Okay, so we're going to change it green and make it pink, and then actually pick any color we like. This one here, we've got red shoes and ready, green shoes. All right, it's super quick, it's super easy. We're going to use the hue and saturation adjustment panel. Let's do it now. All right, to get started, let's open up 2 files. They're in the same color folder we've been working in. Open up Hue 01 and Hue 02. Okay, with Hue 01 open, let's go to adjustments. And to change the color, we use this one called Hue and Saturation. Click on him. Now what we want to do is under here, this hue slider here, grab this little, I call it a little house, white house. Okay, a little arrow thing there, click it, hold it and drag it left. And so let's see the colors updating. Come on. Okay, drag it all the way to the right as well. Okay, that'll get you through your full range of colors available. And one thing you might do is let's some sort of color here. Okay, and the other one you might play around with is saturation. Okay, so they say the color's not quite, poppy enough for you. Hold and drag it up a little bit I'm going to max mine out. Okay, it goes a bit too high, but you can kind of see I can just raise it up a little bit. Cool. And I want you to do the same thing for this one earlier for levels. Okay, hue 02. Do the same thing. Open up hue and saturation, drag it around, see if you can change the color. Nice and easy and fun. Just a little side note. I've worked on a few jobs where I've been in charge of photographing, say, a product. Let's say it was glasses. Okay, so we photographed, there was the same style, but a range. What we did is what everyone does is that you photograph kind of one of them. Okay, say we pick the color red and we photograph it. We get the right angles and we get it right. And instead of, you know how when you're on Amazon or eBay and you're going through the different color options and somehow magically that shirt or those, they're in the exact same position but different colors. And you're like, how did they line those up and photograph them all perfectly? They didn't. Okay, it was somebody like me who went, yeah, and later on in Photoshop, I'll go and adjust them. And yeah, I just sat there with the glasses and went, yeah, the blue color. And then I grabbed the slider and went, yeah. And I'll be looking at the glasses in my hand and looking at the Photoshop and going, yeah, it's close enough. Okay, and it was that. It's like, I feel like it's a confession. Okay, but yeah, that's the easy and quick way. Color matching is super hard regardless, lighting and stuff affect it. And if you, like me, had no budget and get them done, it's a quick and easy way to adjust the hue. All right, so practice with hue 02, and I will see you in the next video where we start looking at selectively adjusting the hue. Explain more in the next video. Hey there, in this video, change just one particular color in an image rather than the whole thing. See the yellow in the glasses here and the yellow in the shoe? Ready? Hey presto, magic, the green and all sorts of other cool colors. Let's go for pink. Same with this image, Chuck Taylor's with cool colors. Okay, and it's only affecting the shoes, not the color in the background. Let's learn how to do that now in Adobe Photoshop. Okay, from the same folder that we've been using, let's open up Selective Hue 1 and Selective Hue 02. Okay, and we're going to start with 01, and we're going to go, like we did before, we're going to use the adjustments panel, and we're going to saturation. Now the problem though is if I use hue, and I just want to change, say, just the shoe here, so I'm going to put it back to 0. Okay, I just want to change just this part to the yellow, okay, the yellow of the sunglasses and the yellow of the shoe here. But to change it, if I want to make it pink, okay, where we go, so the yellow sunglasses are now awesome, but everything else has changed color. It's kind of cool, but it's not what we want. We want to just change the yellow, so put him back to 0. And what you do is see this thing that says master, okay? That's doing everything. What you can do is you can be selective about the colors. So you say, I want just yellows, please. So click on yellows and start dragging that. And voila, okay, it'll affect just the yellow. Cool, huh? Okay, so now you are going to be pink. Nice. Like always, it's an adjustment layer. I can turn it on and off. I can always go and amend it. Now there will be, let's say I want to change just the sunglasses yellow, but not this yellow. That's going to require us to do a selection and a mask, which is a little bit later in the course, definitely. Okay, but if you want to change everything that's yellow, super easy, just select it from this drop down and adjust it. I'd like you to practice with Selective Hue 2, okay, adjust both the background color and the shoes. So reds, and this guy here, I'm giving it away. Okay, so do the same thing as we did earlier on. Have a practice, and I will see you in the next video. Hi there, the name of this video is pretty much a giveaway. We're going to turn colorful images into blackers. But the cool thing is we're going to have lots of control about how it goes black and white. Same with this one, black, okay, color, black and white. We're even going to add a tint to recolor it. All right, exciting times. Let's get into it in Photoshop. Okay, so to get started, let's file open. And let's open up two files from the color. It's called black and white. There is an 01 and an 02. We'll start with 01. Now there's a few ways in Photoshop to make things black and white. The best way, in my opinion, under adjustments, there's a slider here. Okay, this one here called black and white. Second row down, click on that. Again, it's this non-destructive layer, which is cool because you can turn it on and off. And up here, okay, depending on what you last did, okay, you might set it back to default and it's made it black and white. Now, what's cool about that it is adjustable. So if I turn this eyeball off, you'll see that this is kind of right. But let's say when I convert it to black, it's this gray, but say I want it to be darker. The reds, I can drag this way. You can see you can kind of like, you got more control about it going black and white rather than going white and then trying to fix it with something like levels. You've got this kind of full control here. So you just go through and decide like how you want this thing to do. So let's say I find that too dark. So I'm just gonna raise the reds. Okay, I want this color here. What color is it? It is like a cyan. I'm gonna try and make it lighter. I'm trying to make it a little bit more monochromatic, I guess. So you just work your way through until you find something you're happy with. Now, one little tip is this option here. Okay, if you hover above it, it's got a terrible name. Okay, it's got this change and modify slider. Okay, so you can click on this little hand here, and what it allows you to do, instead of having to like work out what color that is, you saw before I turned the eye on and off, I'm like, yours are magenta, and then turning it back on and trying to adjust them here, you can actually just drag on this. So I've got this selected, it goes a darker color, and let's say I want to darken up this. I click, hold with my mouse, drag it right to make it lighter, drag it left darker. So often this is just easier. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of just drag them around. Maybe the background needs to be a little bit lighter. So it picks the colors for you. Say this guy here, I want you to be a bit darker. Now, obviously the colors are being used in more than one place. So you will find that, okay, you might have to rob and kind of deal with the consequences where the colors being used over here as well. Later on, when we get into masking, you will be able to kind of just work on a particular object. But for the moment, adjustments, clicking, holding, and dragging. Let's jump to the second example, do the same thing, and I'll show you one last trick. So adjustments, we're gonna go to black and white. I love this little inky stuff in water. We'll use this a little bit throughout the course, but I'm introducing it now mainly because I am sick of looking at shoes. Okay, I've decided for a shoe theme for this course. I kind of regret it. We're only at like video 10. So now we've got it. And what we're going to do, the same thing as before, we can just adjust these, okay? But it's probably easier to click on this and say, because you see there's like two main colors in this ink splodge thing. So I'm gonna turn them on and you can just kind of start dragging. And let's say I wanna make it everything darker, so I'm just dragging it to the left, okay? And it just kind of picks what colors, you count, work around. Maybe a bit too dark down here. Okay, so that on art dragger thing is pretty cool. I turn it off. What I wanted to show you was this thing here called tint. We kind of looked at something called colorize when we did hue and saturation. This thing here works the exact same way. It's just handy black and whiting it in one color and going to tint. And this color here is the color it's been applied. So it's got this sepia old world color now. You can pick any color you like. So you drag this hue slider up and down to find the kind of color range you want. Let's say I want kind of a warm, click OK. And now when I go to my little on art slider here, I'm going to decide to drag it so it's just a bit brighter. Cool, huh? So there's a good way of using it just to tint it, but we've totally colorized this thing here. So there's the extra little tip. That's it. Black and whiting is pretty easy. You get a bit of control, a little bit of extra adjustment with this little slider, and you can tint it if you need to. And always, it's non-destructive, so it's underneath ready to go. You can delete this layer by clicking it, and see this little trash can down here? You can delete him. I'm super happy with myself, so I am going to leave it here, and yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Hey there, it is gradient time, and what we want to do is this image here, we've added this cool retro kind of style gradient. I'm going to show you how to do that now in Photoshop. Let's go. First up, let's open up two images. Okay, it's in the same color folder. It's called Gradient 01 and Gradient 02 from Jordan Andrews. Thank you. So we're going to start with Gradient 01. We're going to do two things. We're going to add gradient to text and we're going to add it to the image in the background. We'll do the text first as it's the easiest to do. Okay, I have a full section on doing type a little bit later in the course, but for now, click on this capital T. Click once on your keyboard. Okay, and over here, in terms of the font size, pick a font, any font you like. Okay, and a size to about 80. Okay, yours is probably defaulting to 10 or 12. And over here, okay, we're going to type in all. I'm going to put a return in, start. Much about type at the moment. To move your type around, we're going to use our move tool. Okay, and I'm just going to click and drag it around. So adding a gradient to this, the font's easy. You can double click it here, pick a new font. But let's look at adding a color. Okay, to do it, you need your text layer selected. There's mine. It's a box around it. And down the bottom here, there's one called Effects, and there's one in here called Gradient Overlay. Now, what you'll find in Photoshop is that pretty much true of everything you do in Photoshop. There's like things are doing the same thing. What I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to give you, I guess, like there's about 3 different ways of applying gradients. This way I feel like is the most bulletproof. Future-proofing just means it's going to work probably on most circumstances, whereas some of the other gradients don't work in all cases. Anyway, what I'm saying is that later on, hey, why didn't he show me that version of this thing and you like it better? It's totally cool. Do it. If you stumble across a different way of doing something, totally. There's nothing right or wrong about it. I'm just trying to cut it down to the most usable versions. So, gradient overlay. And by default, it'll depend on what you last had selected. Now, what we're going to do is where it says gradient, click on this little arrow here so we can kind of see. Click on this little drop down arrow. By default, you've got some horrific drop shadows. Okay, well, gradients, sorry. Okay, so ones. If you need rainbow colored gradients, you, my friends, are all okay. So what we're going to do is have to go and customize it. So let's start with this first one, black to white. It's the easiest one to customize. Let's click on the little arrow to pop it back up. So what we want to do now is change the colors used, and you do this color bit here. That's why it's a little bit confusing using gradient overlay. Okay, so you click on this anywhere in this color, this thing pops up. Okay, and what we're going to do is you use the bottom parts of these houses. Okay, so not the top parts, use this bottom bit. So this first color swatch, okay, and using this hue slider, drag it up, drag it down, find a color that you want to use. Okay, I'm going to use this one, click OK, double click this white house. Same thing, drag this hue slider up and down until you find a color you want to use, then click in here, okay, and you'll have that blue to purple, or at least magenta. Click OK. Well, let's click OK again and have a look at some of the settings. So where it says reverse, just flips it top to bottom. We are using the linear style, so it goes in a line from top to bottom. Which angle, okay, you can see now it's going kind of more left to right from this side to this side. You can decide any size. Linear, you can play around and you can experiment on your own, the different ones, angle, reflection, just kind of different ways. You can see the gradients are on both sides. We're just going to go for linear in this case. And in terms of the scale, you can lower it down, it makes a bit more sense. And then it's just got like a little gradient between these type here. Cool, I'm gonna leave mine at 100%. That's what yours is probably set to. Before we do the images, I'm gonna show you gradients are kind of back in, right? When I guess, not even that long ago, maybe 6-7 years ago, gradients, I didn't even have in the class because who used gradients? So gradients have come around full circle and are super great, or at least I think so. So where I get my gradient colors from, I'm gonna show you a cool little site here. It's called Gradient, I love it. All it does is just show you examples of cool gradients. And yeah, once you've found one you like, let's say we click through here, okay, you can see there's a bunch of different options. Okay, I like on page 2 this one here. It's my favorite one. You'll probably notice it from other videos that I've made, but this is where I get my colors from. Now to get those colors into Photoshop, these, see down the bottom here, there's this yellow and pink. So those are the two colors, right? If you click on it, that is the number you want. It's this hash, and then it's got some letters and some numbers. So just copy that on your keyboard. So on my Mac, it's Command C to copy, or you can right click and go to copy. Jump back into Photoshop. And in Photoshop, when we clicked on to change color, it's that big color bar there. Double click the green, blue house. This is where it goes down here. I'm gonna paste it in. I'm gonna paste everything. I don't think we need the hash. It doesn't seem to mind it at all. You can see the hashes over here. So that's an easy way to pick from the internet, is using these letters and numbers. Let's click OK. I'm gonna jump back into Gradient. Grab this end here, grab this. I'm gonna leave the hash off, copy it. Back to Photoshop, double click this house, grab him, paste this one. I love those colors. I'm gonna click OK. Click OK again. You can make any last adjustments, but that's it for, it doesn't really matter what it is. And we've done it for, I'm gonna click OK, but it doesn't really matter what the layer is. There's a little adjustment we need to do for image. If it's a logo you've brought in, or a shape from somewhere you've made in Illustrator or brought in, or drawn it with the shape tool, which we'll look in a second to do. And just have it selected, down at effects and go to gradient overlay. Now the next thing I want to do is this image in the background, and there's a slightly different process, okay? Because if in background, this effects is grayed out. And this is going to happen throughout our Photoshop course, where you just, it's locked, okay? And it's called background. To unlock the background, okay, give it a name, okay, mine is shoes. And now it becomes unlocked and I get to add that effects. Okay, so that's half of the thing. Now click on effects, make sure that layer is selected, and go to gradient overlay, just like we did before. The only trouble is, it's kind of doing exactly what happened here, but I can't. So what ends up happening is you need to, we've talked about all of this stuff. It's this one here, blending mode. Okay, blending mode is a way of this gradient blending itself. Okay, so click on normal and just dissolve does nothing. Darken does something. Okay, and you're just gonna have to work your way through until you find a way blend that works with your particular gradient and the colors in your image. Now there's no like absolute one you should pick from this. It really depends on your image and the colors in your gradient. So it's a bit of a lottery. Okay, so click on multiply, see if that works for you. And I'm just gonna work way through until I pick something that I like. I'm going to turn color burn, linear burn. You're just going to watch me now go through them all. Lighten I kind of like. It's kind of got that retro ease, but in that kind of hipstery way. It's hard to explain, right? But gradients are cool now. Lighten, I know screen's kind of a nice one. Color dots are good. Okay, I'm not going to go through every single one of them because I decided I either liked hard light or I liked lighten. That's totally just based on my gradients and my images, and I'm going to leave it there. So that's the difference between doing images and just say straight off text. Okay, is that first of all, you need your layer unlocked. Then you add the effect like you do normally, and just make sure when you do add your gradient, you change that blending. Ooh, before I go, probably super important point that I haven't brought out yet is say you want to adjust this gradient now. Okay, or turn it off. See All Star here? You can that's my whole layer, and these are the effects. Okay, I can turn either the effect or the gradient itself off to show through that original red color. Okay, so what we can, to turn it off, that's all you need to do. Just leave it there. Okay, but to edit it, I'm going to have the eyeball on, double click the word gradient overlay, double click. Okay, and you're gray here, and it's got a little tick. Okay, you might be accidentally on something else, so I'm going to untick that, make sure this is gray. Okay, and that's where you can go and make adjustments. Say that I don't like that anymore, so I'm going to reverse it or play with a different blending mode as well. Okay, but that's how you make adjustments. Probably going to turn it off and make this back to white. Okay, so text selected, my little properties panel here that I'm using. I clicked on it, and to get white, just as a little other thing before we go is, watch this, any of these hues, it doesn't matter. If I click, hold, and dragging kind of past where I need it, because up in the top left is white and down in the bottom left is black. So what I do is instead of trying to like, some people are like, yeah, you get it pretty close, but if you click, hold, and drag past, so I'm holding my mouse down and dragging it past, that assures it's white. All right, I'm gonna click OK. And if this effect's up, so I've turned it off so you can't see it, but say that you're pedantic and you've got a bit of OCD and you want to get rid of this, you can click, hold, and drag it to this trash can. All right, so it's project time. I'd like you to practice using this one here. Okay, so I don't mind what text you use, but definitely play around with the gradient. Okay, go to gradient, pick a color, pick your own colors. You can do your own colors. And I'd like to actually see it this time though. You've been following me along. What I do is I'd love to see your own one. So dig through your files and see if you can find an image that you're happy to share. Okay, and it can be your family, house. You can take a quick photo now of yourself. Okay, and just I want to see what kind of gradients and stuff you're doing. And you can either post it here on this page, or use me on social media. On Instagram is Bring Your Own Laptop. Okay, or on Twitter it's Dan Loves Adobe. Either way, do an image. Can be this one, it can be your own one, and I'd like to see what you've done. All right, that is going to be the end of this one. Let's jump into the next video. I'll see you over. Bye. Hey there, in this video we're going to create a document of a specific size. In this case it's going to be a postcard, but you could do the same thing for US letter or A4, A3. It's a great way of getting started on a specific size, ready to go. All right, let's learn how to do that now in Photoshop. All right, to get started, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new page and bring our image into it. Much easier. It doesn't matter whether you're new or advanced, it's just easier to do it that way rather than, let's say, opening up the image, okay, and then going to image and go to canvas size, dropping it down and which way does it crop, and that's a way of doing it, but I'll show you this sneaky way. It's a little bit easier. So to get started, what we're going to do is we're going to go to new. I find it's better to create a document the right size and then drag our content into it. Now in this new document window, you can totally just like start typing sizes and resolution, okay? You can change it from inches to pixels to millimeters. Up at the top here are some handy presets. So I can go to photo and I've got my kind of traditional photograph ratios. I've got print is my US and A4 sizes. Now just know that there's this little thing that says view more, because there's all sorts of stuff all tucked in there. Illustration web. And the one we want a postcard, and this is hidden into art and illustration. You can see him there. Click on him. Now, just so you know as well, this is the US size for postcards. Postcards, turns out weirdly, as I've moved around the world, aren't the same cards. They're all different in different parts of the world, which is kind of weird. But anyway, 4 inches by 6 inches. I want mine to be landscape. Okay, and we're not going to be here matching mine, the resolution the same, and the color mode. We'll talk about those a little later in the course. They're boring, not boring, but we'll do them a little bit later. So mine, let's click create. Great, so there's my postcard. First thing we want to do is we want to go to file and try and save it. Weirdly in Photoshop is one of those little weird things where it won't let you save it. It's basically saying like you haven't done anything. Nothing worthy of saving, at least. I don't know why. So use something like grab the type tool and start typing, or just go to file, save as. You end up at the same place. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to call mine all-star postcard. All-star postcard. Now at the end here, I like the V system, V1, V2, V3. Never call it draft or final. Final is like the kiss of death. If you call it final, you'll be calling it final 2. Laughing because that's what you do. I do it too. V1, V2 works for me, and I'm going to click save. Next thing I want to do is I want to bring in my gradient kind of background thing. And so I'm going to open up the file I was working with earlier. So say you are following along with this course, you might have a file saved somewhere neatly that's got this gradient that we worked on in the last video. Okay, if you don't, you can go to File, Open, and open up under Exercise Files, under Shapes, O3 Shapes. There's one called Gradient Image, just to save you in case you save it. I'm using this original one. Okay, it's got text and stuff on here. What I want to do is I'm going to click on the word shoes, okay, or whatever that layer is. I'm going to grab my, okay, click, hold, and drag. I'm going to move it, holding, and drag it down here. Why I find this easier is, can you see it's actually not the right size? Okay, I find it's just easier to do this and maybe transform it. So with its edit, transform, scale, and I can see it's just a little too big, so I can hold down shift and it's still the wrong proportion. So I'm gonna kind of leave it there and holding those and get it to the right size. All right, friends, that is how to create a document. It doesn't really matter what you're doing. We just did a postcard, but you can do anything. And I find it's easier to like bring everything you need into it and resize it to what you need, knowing that it is ready to go. All right, let's get into the next video. Hi there, in this video we're going to make shapes and more shapes and other shapes and there's a rectangle with a corner on it, there's a star, oh, it is shape-tastic. Let's get in there now and learn how to do this properly in Photoshop. All right, to get started, basically we're going to do a little menu item here. So I click, hold, and drop it down. Okay, so I just click, hold my mouse key down until I get these options. Let's start. Okay, and what we're going to do is up the top here, you can pick a fill for your ellipse. So give it a click and then pick anything you like. If you want to pick a more custom, just the random ones in here, you can click on this little kind of rainbow icon here. And you get that color picker that we've used a few times. Okay, slide the hue up, something you want to use. Pick this one, click OK. Cool, and you can kind of just click anywhere up here to get rid of drop down. Great, so what we want to do is click, hold, and drag, okay, and you'll get kind of any old shape. So if I go to edit, step backwards, and what is, we did this with the rectangle marquee tool. Who remembers what key we hold down on our keyboard to get it to go like, to be a perfect circle? Yep, you shift. Okay, so if I hold shift down, okay, it just kind of makes the height and width locked in. Okay, if you get it to a size and you're like, well, it's not quite right, you don't have to keep going back. You can go to transform path and go to scale. Okay, and the same thing, hold down shift on one of these edges, drag it out, and you can make it nice and big. I'm making mine super big. Something like that. When you're finished, hit return on your keyboard, otherwise it doesn't work. So hit return, yeah, that's how to draw an ellipse. The cool thing about using this particular tool here, these paths, is that they are scalable, they are vector, they can go up and down in size, no problem. Let's look at some of the other shapes. We're going to use a rectangle. It seems pretty boring, okay, but hold on because there's some things you can do with it. So with it selected, pick a fill, black in this case. There he is. Don't have that selected. Okay, so edit, step backwards. Okay, so don't worry about the color for the moment, or what you can do is see this layers panel. You can click in this kind of like dark gray area that kind of makes sure nothing is selected. Now I can pick a fill color of black, black even. Cool. Stroke is the line around the outside. I'm going to turn it on to show you. So I'm going to have a white line around the outside. It's going to be, say, 3 pixels, just for an example. I don't really want a stroke, but I want to show you how it works. And what we're going to do is we're going to draw a rectangle kind of about here. Cool. And you're like, yeah, that's a rectangle, Dan. You can, what you've got to see is this properties over here. The cool thing about using this particular tool is that these can be adjusted. You can see that the stroke be made really thick. Oh, that's too thick. Okay. You can decide where the stroke sits, which is this option, I think here. Nope, the first one. So there's the inside of the square that is across the, you can see either side of that square, or this one is the outside of the square. I don't want any of them. Don't like you stroke. I'm gonna click on it and I'm just clicking on the strokes, that little icon there, and see this little red line? That means no stroke, please. Awesome. Other things you can do with rectangles, still not very exciting, is these corners here. So I am going, at the moment it's, with the, yours is probably this where it's got a dark gray box. Watch, click it. It's not really obvious, okay? But if you have it off, so it should look like this. And what I'm going to do is you can change the particular corner. So I'm going to do, say, 20 pixels in this corner, hit return. And you can see I've got a 20 pixel radius. It's not probably big enough for you to see. 50 pixel radius. I'm going to zoom in so we can all see it together a little easier. The person editing probably like, you should have done that earlier. You've had to move around. Anyway, so a nice little trick with this is, who knows what 50 pixels is? Like, it really depends on the image size. So what I find is quite useful is, see these little icons here? Pretty much all icons in Photoshop, you can hover above them. See this like little hand with arrows? Click, hold, and drag it to the right. It goes up, and you can see my little, this guy changing over here. Drag them back to go to a square. Drag them back. You can lock them together. So when you do drag them all up, they all go together. All back to 0. What I want is, I just want this one to be a little bit rounded, and we're going to reshape it later on when we do our type. It's going to be that box there. A couple other things we'll do is I'm going to zoom out, Command minus, and I want to do stars up in the corner, these guys here. Okay, so stars are not tricky, but just click and hold down. They come into this one called the polygon tool. Give them a click, and by default, okay, it's going to give me a polygon. I'm not even sure what shape that is. I want to say pentagon. And you can change the sides up here. I can have 10 sides. And now it's something I can't name. Let's go to undo. I'm using the shortcut. So edit step backwards is this one here. It's on a Mac, pretty crazy. It's Command Option Z, steps backwards. On a PC, it's Control Alt Z, just kind of steps backwards. Okay, so I like that quite a bit. I'm probably going to use that from now on in the course. If you see me going backwards and undoing, I'm just going to this option using my sneaky shortcut. Great, so what I want to do is I want a 5-sided star, but what I want to do is see this little cog here. Okay, before you start drawing, click on star. Play around with the inset. 50% is going to give you a traditional star. So this one here, you can undo it and just experiment. Have a little play around with the indents by, like, I quite like this one. If you get down to like 15 and then turn the sides up to 50, you get this kind of like starburst. That's quite a handy one for, I don't know. It's how I buy my wine, okay? I look at the label and I have lots of these gold stickers on it. I don't even read them, but it's how I buy my wine. With this, I'm gonna click on the trash to get rid of it, and I'm gonna get my star. So polygon tool, sides back to 5, click on the little cog, and I'm gonna say 50. If you go to 80%, they're gonna be super spiky. You can smooth the edges of it as well. Just have a little experiment. We're just gonna do a traditional star. Okay, I'm gonna draw it. And if you want it straight, okay, it's our magical key that we've done. We've used it a few times now because at the moment it's just going to be any old size. So, and hold down the shift key. You see it kind of locks it into like more usable shapes. It's not straight up and down. I don't know why, but you can this way. Yeah, we got it. Okay, so hold shift and just kind of rotate it around until you get the kind of, it's locked it's into a symmetrical shape. That's what I want to say. Let's have a look at color of this. So with this layer selected up the top here, I'm going to pick white. One thing is that, say this color disappears, it's probably because you're in your move tool. If you're on this layer on a move tool, it's great for moving around, but if you want to go back to shape, okay, just have this tool selected, make sure that layer is selected, and this will pop back up. You could leave now because that's almost it for shape. So I'm going to look at opacity because I want to recreate this kind of star effect and this thing here. So hang around. I'm actually going to draw that circle down there as well. So you can totally leave if you know how to change the opacity already. Yeah. So I want to transform this guy to make him smaller. Okay, so layer selected, edit, transform, scale. Now, what I'm going to do for the rest of this course is, that is a super long way. I'm going to use the shortcut, and it's this one here, free transform. It does a bit of all of these things. It does scale really easily. So I'm going to use Command T. Okay, you don't have to. You can come in here and use this version, but Command T is just a super good shortcut to learn. So it's Control T on a PC. So we'll hold Command T. Okay, and same thing, hold Shift in the corners, and I can resize it. So I want it to be about that. I want another version of it, so I'm going to right click it, and I'm going to say Duplicate Layer. Polygon 2. Click OK. And what I'm going to do is the one at the bottom probably. Okay, so this guy's on top, this guy's on the bottom. I'm going to stretch him out using my super new shortcut. Ready? Command T. And I'm going to scale it out. So if I hold Shift, okay, I can drag it out there, then I can grab anywhere but the center and try and line them back up. And that generally works. Another little shortcut I'm going to share with you. Okay, so I'm going to hit escape. As escape is the I didn't mean. I'm going to go back to where it was. So I've still got two stars on top of each other. This bottom one though, I'm going to hit my Command or T on a PC. Holding Shift makes that come from the top left. Okay, but if I hold Shift and Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, so look down your keyboard, hold Shift, and if you're on a Mac, hold Shift and Option. If you're on a PC, hold Shift and Alt. And what it does is, can you see the difference? It resizes. I don't want to like bamboozle you too much with shortcuts, so you don't have to. You can just line it up. Use Shift and just line it up, but I want to make mine a bit bigger than it was. Cool. Nothing really happens except this bottom one here. I want to lower the opacity. See the opacity slider here? I'm just going to lower it down until I find something I like. I'm going to use the transform. I'm going to make it a bit bigger, and we've got drop shadows on that one. That's going to make it look nicer later on. But yeah, if I want to I'm going to resize this top one as well. Actually, I want both to go a little bit smaller. Holding down both those keys. Yep. I'm going to do the same thing for the circle. Okay, so this guy selected, my ellipse. I'm going to duplicate him. So right click, duplicate layer. You should give them a name. I'm going to be honest with you. I never bother unless I'm sending it to somebody that I need to impress. Okay, to my Command T. I'm going to grab one of these side bits, hold Shift and Option on my Mac. Make it a bit bigger. And what I'm probably going to do is, I've got the big one on top. I'm going to put it underneath with it selected. I'm going to go over here and pick a new color. We're going to look at specific colors that might match the background in a later tutorial, but that's what I'm doing. So this guy's on top. This guy's underneath, just a little bit bigger. You could play with the opacity of this one as well, because it looks kind of cool. Black bar here, I love lots of them just to kind of, I don't know, start showing through things. It's kind of cool when there's a bit of transparency going. Last thing I want to do is I want to get this, I want it to be longer. My Command T on a Mac, Control T on a PC, and just drag it out. And the cool thing about live shapes, can you see that corner is still preserved? It doesn't matter how long, it doesn't kind of distort. Okay, so I'm going to just drag it so it's off. Even past the edge, it doesn't matter. Enter on my keyboard to finish it, and I'm going to use it as a kind of a off page into the bleed type box. There's a little circle down here. Okay, and I'm going to be lazy. Instead of drawing out an ellipse and giving it a color, I'm going to grab this guy. I'm going to right click it. I'm going to duplicate him. Yes, I'm going to give this one a name because you're watching me. Let's go for small circle. Okay, and I'm going to transform it, holding down my shortcut, grabbing anywhere but the center, and it's going to go down here somewhere. Okay, ish. Hit return on your keyboard. That's our epic shape building video done. Let's get into the next video where we start adding type, and then we'll do drop shadows. Loads more to do, but let's do it in a following video. Bye now. Hi there, in this video we're going to pick for our shapes. I'm going to show you a cool place like this to get some ideas for colors. I'm also going to show you how to steal colors from an image. Let's get into it now. Welcome back, and first up, if you can work on the file that you've worked on in the last tutorial. If you are just jumping into this particular one, if you go to File, Open, and in the file called Exercise Files, Shapes, there's this one called Coloring Shapes. Okay, open that one up. That's where we're at now. You just randomly picked colors and they don't quite suit the background as much as I want. So I'm going to show you kind of two awesome things to do with color. This should probably have been a section, but it's hard to know, like it's hard to separate them all out into sections too much. So we are going to look at just how to get nice colors. Like, I get stuck in like, I'm using like that gradient there, I've used probably on every job in the last 6 months, just because I like those colors and it's hard to break out of your color scheme. In my designs, it's either this green, that kind of, I want to say, I don't know, mandarin-y peach color, and kind of baby blue. All my work's done like that. So the way I get out of that comfort zone and find other colors, the nicest way is under Window, and it's under Extensions. And I don't know why it's such a cool little thing. So Window, Extensions, Adobe Color Themes. Now you need to be connected to the net for this to work. Okay, and this little panel opens up. Now the initial one's a bit boring. It's this Explore one that is quite exciting. Okay, well, exciting for me. Can you see here? It's nothing but just a bunch of cool colors. Okay, scrolling down, there's some really cool stuff in here. You can searches in here. If I need something from the 80s, hit return. Okay, it'll do a search and that's some pretty successful 80s colors. Type cafe, bank, actually popular brand, like I'm from Auckland in New Zealand, right? Weirdly, if you type in Auckland, there's universities, there's council colors, so you can find all sorts in there. If I can find obscure things from an Auckland council, then you can probably find maybe your brand, your corporate colors in there. I'm gonna get rid of it and I'm just gonna hit search. Actually, I'm gonna go create and then back to explore. And yeah, like just some cool colors, right? You can say most popular this month or all. I'm gonna go to all time and yeah, some cool colors. To use them, the best way to use them is, say you decide on this color here, okay? Panthera? Click on this little dotted line and say add to swatch. Ignore this libraries thing, we'll look at him later on. Close that down as well. And now what we can do on my ellipse, and if you're using an earlier version of Photoshop, often you still need to go back to any of these path tools, okay? And you can use the fill up here. I'm using a newer version of Photoshop, so ellipse, we can change it here as well. So click on it, and you'll see down the bottom here, though, the 5 color swatches that we've added. So I can go you, and it's just a way of, I guess, picking colors that are nice. Same with this ellipse color here. I'm gonna turn the opacity back up, and I'm just gonna pick one of the colors. It's still not quite working with my around here, but what you'll find is it's just a neat way of busting out and getting color options. Say you're doing some logos or some designs or web work and you just need to have like 3 color options for the client. Go to Adobe Color Themes and just find some new stuff. All right, I'm waffling. Next thing I want to show you though is how to really kind of steal colors from an image. And that can quite often be a nice way to kind of definitely match the colors because just is. So I'm going to have this front ellipse select. I'm going to click on this and nothing really needs to happen. You need to click on this hue slider and we're not really going to use this. Just move them out of the way. And then see the little eyedropper looking through this. The trouble is it doesn't update this automatically. It's picking the color, which is cool, but it's not going through and like, let's click OK, it'll work. So I've picked the pink from it. I'm going to grab the green, same thing, click on the color swatch, grab the hue slider and just move out here. And I'm going to pick one of the yellows. Or in this case, kind of an orange. Now, are the colors working for me? I'm not that happy with them. So what I tend to do, right, is say this color here, I can use my same trick, pick a different color. Say I pick something from here, something a bit warmer. And what I want to do is maybe just drag this little circle down a bit to get maybe something that is close to it, but maybe darker, okay, darker that's being used in there. So it's just, yeah, you might find that works good for you. I'm going to click on this one, do the same thing. I liked that color. I just want it to be like a darker version of it. You just drag it straight down. Okay. Yeah, I've made it real ugly. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to play around now. You can leave. We've learned our 2 little tricks. Okay, remember Window, Extensions, Adobe Color Themes, pretty cool. And you can use the eyedropper tool. You just need to have it selected and start stealing colors by clicking on this, and you can just pick colors from there using that. Explanation down, let's hit cancel. I'm now just gonna mess about picking colors that I like. You can hang around if you like. What I want to do is I don't like this kind of like mud brown color, poo brown. Okay, with it selected, I'm going to go to this. You don't have to click from just here. I'm gonna click on this one. So now the circles are the same colors, but I want this top one to be like this green. I like that green. I randomly pick kind of complements this all very nicely. Eyedropper tool, click OK. Yeah, I'm happy enough with it. One thing though, if you're dealing with corporate colors, you can click on this and just type them in. So hopefully you've got like a corporate spec manual somewhere. Ask the marketing department if you are and you have no idea what the color is. Import the logo and just use the same thing. Use the eyedropper to steal the color from the logo. It's not exact, but could work. Or type in the RGB colors or the CMYK colors if you can find them. I'm going to hit cancel. I am done. That is the end of the video. Let's get into the next one. All right, bye now. Hey there, in this video we're going to look at Photoshop. Okay, there's just two basic flavors. Okay, one is like this text box here, which types on forever. Okay, one here with the type tool, which has a fixed width where you can kind of get it to type to kind of be a bit more body copy-ish. We'll learn some tricks about resizing and quickie little things as well. So let's get into it. Okay, so we are continuing on with the file from the last project. If you are just jumping into this one, you can open it up. Open, and in your exercise files under O3 shapes, you can open up this one called coloring shapes. Open that up and you'll get close to where we're at now. So we're gonna use the type tool. Okay, it's reasonably simple. There's two kind of main ways. I'm gonna pick an appropriate font size. 20 is too big for in here. Appropriate font size is, I can't even remember, 16 points in this case. I'm gonna pick a font. I'm using Museo Sans Rounded. I like it, it's pretty. You're going to have it, okay? It's just a font that I've downloaded from something called Typekit. So just have a little look through here, pick a font, pick a weight. This is like bold, light, but especially the font size, get it to something like 16. Okay, it's probably still too big. Let's put in 12 for the moment. And I want to show you a couple. One is, let's say you want to put in some fake text because you don't have it yet, right? I'm going to switch mine off being capitals, delete that. Mine's on capitals because under advanced, okay, I clicked on this button earlier when I was working on a side project. That just says, whenever I type, make it all capitals. I've turned that off and I'm going to, advanced is not that advanced. Okay, just has some extra stuff that you might need. I'll close it down. Back in there, please. Great, so points. I've picked a font, and instead of just typing in like mumbo jumbo, because you don't have the text yet, right? You're waiting for the client to have it. There is something in here. I'm going to delete all that. I'm going to go to type. So my cursor's flashing inside of here. Type tool, flashing inside of here. Type. There's this one called PASM. You probably know what that is already. If you don't, it's just mixed up Latin words. It's like, yeah, they're actual Latin words. They're just in a random order so that they just hold the place of text until you get it. There's lots in there, so that it just dumps a big lot of text in there. So if you delete a word, it's probably going to replace by another word. Okay, it's just kind of spilling out of this. What you can do is I can click in there, go to select, and go to all. So it selects all the text, and find a font size that works for me. Font, weight. Now we're going to do a couple of things, but we're not going to go through every font option like centered versus right align. You'll be able to work that out. This one is the space between lines. What I like to do as well, you can type it in here. You can go, oh, I want it to be 24. Okay, but I like to, on these icons, we've looked at it before, and drag on these icons, right? Just kind of drag them up and down. If your computer's old and slow, dragging that thing just is painful. You have to type it in. Sorry about that. Type, grab the move tool, okay, and make sure you're on that layer, and I'm going to move them around. That's going to work for me. What else am I going to do? I'm just going to add some type now. Okay, add this stuff in here. You can totally leave now. There's no super awesome, one super awesome trick. Okay, say this all stars thing here selected. Instead of going and playing with the font size, which is fine, you can drag it up. You can drag it up. Okay, I'm going to undo and put it back. Same trick we use to scale up these circles works for fonts. Okay, so Command T on a Mac or Control T on a PC. The long way members under Edit, Transform, Scale. And I find this is easy. Holding Shift, I find I can just get the font size that I want roughly there. Hit Refresh, and you can see it's bumped it up to a weird 44.44. In terms of the leading, I'm probably just going to drag it down a little bit. I'm probably going to make this bigger. Now you can go. There's no super extra tricks. I'm going to grab my Lorem Ipsum and I'm going to drag it so it lines up. Angle. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to move it up and I'm going to grab my type tool. I'm going to put in that C Taylor. You made some sweet shoes. If you're not huge on fonts, okay, often it's the same font but different weights. So this one's the really thick 1000, or if it was another font, it might be called extra black or bold. Okay, I'm going to turn it 300. Yeah, 300. Oh, I'm going to go full 100. Okay, font size again. Instead of using font size, I'm just using T key. There's a little bit of dragging this thing around, moving it around, getting it how I want. You can keep typing it out. This little trick is this all stars layer here. Okay, I'm going to right click it and I'm going to duplicate it. Should give it a name. I'm not going to. I'm just going to drag it down because what I want to do is I'm going to put in a web address. So this one's going to be www.scottshoes. Font size too small. Use my transform. Scott Shoes doesn't exist. So I made that up because it's my last name. You, when you're doing it, give it your own name. I don't know, Smith Shoes. I think that's an actual thing though. Oh, look, I've I've spelled shoes wrong. I kind of like it. It's kind of like, I don't know, I feel like it's foreign. Maybe a little too foreign. Nobody's going to find my website. Shoes. Awesome. So that's going to be it for the kind of basics for fonts. And to look at doing type around a line in the next video. So let's go and do that there. All right, see you there. Hi everyone, bend your text, warp it around, do some different shapes, adjust it, and definitely look at how to turn it into a fish shape. All right, let's get started. So to start off with, you need some type. I've got this one here, so this layer here called All Stars. I'm gonna start bending that one like you saw at the front. Yeah, all we need to do is with it, like the type tool, and then there's this little option up here. It's this kind of T with the underline underneath it. Click on him, okay, click on it, and nothing happens. Get ready. Arcing type, lower arc. There's kind of, it's more just playing around, okay, and getting the type how you want. I'm going to get it back to regular by hitting cancel. Okay, with it selected, go up to this tool option again and go through and experiment with some of the other ones. Inflate, squeeze. Okay, I don't do it too much, ever. Fish. Starts destroying text, and I'm not a big fan of that, but you might have a good use case for it, so there it is. Okay, let's click OK. One last thing to show you is adjust it. Say it's like too archy for you. Okay, with that layer selected, you can click back on this, and it jumps back into where you were. And okay, you can keep editing it. If you want to get rid of it, go none. Let's click OK. All right, that's how to kind of like bend and distort it. Next one we're going to do is, I promised you, text on a path where it kind of follows a circle sort of shape. Let's do it in the next video. Hi there. This video, trying to be clever here. It's text following the path. We even do this where it kind of goes around the top and around the bottom. Let's learn how to do it in Photoshop. All right, to get started, we are going to do the squiggly line first, then we'll do that kind of badge shape. So the technique is called type on a path. So we need a path, and there's a few ways of making it. We're gonna use the pen tool. If you click and hold down the pen tool for a while, hold, and we're going to use the freeform pen tool. If you are a Jedi Master with the pen tool or the curvature pen tool, you can go and use those. But if you're a mere mortal, grab the freeform. It is just as it sounds. Now, to make your drawings a little bit nicer, there's a sneaky trick. See this little cog here? Click on that. Okay, what you can do is where it says curve fit, get up a little bit to say something like, it goes up to 10, but 10 is probably too much. Go up to something like 5. Okay, and what it allows you to do is when you draw, I'm going to draw like a little wiggle, it just makes your lines look a little smoother. Turn it down to 0 and it will follow your mouse perfectly. It's up to you what you want to do. So that's basically it. Okay, paths are weird. They don't have a panel. Okay, they appear in this paths panel, which we're not going to really look at. All we need to do is go to layers, grab the type tool. You don't need to change anything. Okay, or type tool, and watch my cursor here. Okay, we'll zoom in so you can see my cursor's got the box around it. Watch this when it changes. Can you see a little line through it? That means it's going to follow this. So be careful where you click on this line, okay, because that's where the text is going to start. So I'm going to click once kind of towards this end here, and voila. I'm start typing. So it's going to follow the line around. If you're finding yours is not working, it's probably because I'm going to undo. I'm going to go to the beginning here. Let's say it's not working. I'm going to hit escape on my keyboard. That is the I didn't mean it button. Okay, get out of that. And click on here is to pick a font size. So you can do it at the top here. If you've got a font size of something really big, it just doesn't work to fit on this line. It feels like it's not working. It is, just your font's huge. So pick something really small. Start with 5 point or something. I've got 10 point and it worked fine. Click once, typing here. Notice I'm a terrible speller, lots of deleting. Okay, so once you've got it here, you can do to To do the adjustments, you can select the text, okay, and I'm going to make a bold text here. I'm going to pick a color that you can actually see. Cool, and say we want to adjust a few things. Say we want to adjust the start point or the ending point. Actually, before we do that, you can center, and it will put it kind of in the middle of the beginning and end. But let's say we want to leave it left aligned and we want to just move this along. Okay, to do tool here, okay, it's underneath the type tool. It's called the path selection tool. Okay, you might have to click and hold down. You want the top one here. With it selected, there's two main things. There is this dot at the end, okay, and there's this little cross at the beginning. You can kind of see the icon change. See the little arrow that appears either side? It's the beginning, and so I can click, hold, and drag it to say that's the beginning. Or I can drag it all the way to the end here, okay, and make sure it's at the beginning. Now, I'm very like drawing because I know if I click, hold, and drag this and I drag it down, it goes on the other side and everything's lost. So it can be a little weird to get used to. Okay, if you decide, find the beginning again, the little cross, and then try and flip it over and oh man, cool. It can get weird. Even I find it a little bit troubling. So I'm gonna flip it over. So the crosshairs, the little cross is the beginning, and this, I leave it in here because I'm going to show you. So the cross is the beginning. This guy here can be a little problem. He's the end of the line. Not there, it's wherever this dot is, because what can happen is this. Oh, don't do it. Back across. So there's a little dot. If I drag it up here, can you see that the word disappears? There's just not enough room, okay, for that word to appear with this dot so far up, down. Be careful not to drag it on the other side. To move this whole thing around, just go back to your move tool and you can click and drag it. To go and start editing again, line selected, and either grab the type tool to adjust the text or this path selection tool. And we're going to start working on the circle because what we want to do is this where it goes. So there is not like a magical way of doing it. It's basically what we did up here, but using a circle. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to grab my tools over here. Okay, my shape tools. We looked at these earlier. I'm going to use ellipse, but what I'm going to do in this case is using this shape, which draws my shapes like earlier. Okay, I'm going to switch it to path. The big thing to remember though is later on in this course, it remembers paths. Remember they don't appear as layers, they appear in here. It's a bit of a weird thing. So later on in this course, when you're trying to draw a circle and it's not appearing, mail me of course, okay, but it's probably because you haven't switched it back to shape. I'll just show you that. Switch it back to shape when you're finished, it causes less problems, but I want it to be a path, okay? And I'm gonna draw a circle. I'm gonna hold shift. I'm gonna draw it roughly the right size. Okay, I'm gonna grab I'm gonna move it around, use this tool here, okay, the path selection tool. I'm gonna grab it so it's kind of there. I'm gonna transform it using my Control T. So it's kind of sitting inside here. We need to adjust the circle later on. Hit return when you're finished. Now all we need to do is grab my type tool and just be careful when you align to not get this version, which has got a circle around it, or the square around it. This version here with a little line through it. You can see it's a little tricky. I'm gonna click there at the top. I'm gonna say this is Scott shoes. Okay, I want to do a few things. I want to rotate it around. Now, what we can do around with the I guess center alignment, right alignment to try and get it. Or what I like to do is just rotate it. Okay, so I'm going to click on my move tool because I'm halfway through typing, so some of my shortcuts don't work. If I try and type Command T now, it doesn't work because I'm halfway through typing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go back to my move tool. I'm going to go to Edit, Transform, and I'm going to use Rotate. Now I hope you're okay for a cut. So I'm using Command T. We've used this a few times in the course for resizing, right? We hold Shift, okay, and we hold down, remember, Option on a Mac on the PC, so Shift and Option, okay, and I can shrink this thing in and out. That's kind of half what I want, but I want to rotate it as well. The cool thing about using that is Command T on a Mac, Control T on a PC, is that, watch this. If I grab the corner, it's scale, but if I hover just out here, I'm not doing anything, I'm just moving my mouse out. You see it turns into like a little rotation arrow. So now I can click, hold, and drag it, just kind of rotate it around, move it here, kind of need it to be. Enter on my keyboard just to commit that. I'm going to pick a font. I'm going to use white. Font size is going to be a lot smaller. Point. Okay. It's moving around the line again, so I'm going to have to rotate it again. Command T and just drag it around. Scott shoes. Scale it up a bit. Another little thing that's happening there is I'm trying to drag and it's kind of like snapping to things, which is kind of cool, but sometimes you're just like, where I want you to go, okay, instead of jumping around. You can go to view and turn off smart guides, but what I like to do is on my keyboard is just use the arrow keys. So look down your keyboard, just right, you can tap things around. It's kind of handy. Hit return when you're ready. And that is going to be the top part of my circle. Now, what you assume is the bottom of that same circle. That's not possible. What you need to do is just have a second ellipse, make sure it's set to path, and draw out another ellipse. Don't worry too much, you're going to have to resize it to suit the circle and the font you pick. Okay, to move it around, go back to the direct selection tool, get it roughly in the right position, grab the type tool, click on here, and I'm going to say established, which totally missed it. Escape key. I'm going to go to edit, step backwards. And remember your perfect icon. Okay, so I've got it flashing in the right place now. EST 2019. So it's doing what the top one did, okay, side. Now remember when we were doing this and we flipped it over by accident? We want to do it on purpose now. So grab the direct selection tool. What we'll do is click, hold, and you want to drag it so it's on the other side. It's a bit fiddly, I know. Just click and hold and drag it until it flips onto the other side. Now I'm going to use my, back to my move, Command T or Control T on a PC to rotate it around to get it to kind of where I want to go. Turn on my keyboard, it's looking okay. Now, if you are seeing kind of painful, Dan, it is kind of painful in Photoshop. It does it fine. Illustrator does it better, as well as InDesign. They do this kind of like type on a path thing nicer, and there's a little bit more sophisticated tools, but Photoshop does it fine-ish. Now you can leave now. I'm going to go and play with my fonts. I'm going to grab my type tool. I am going to the light version. I want it all to be light. I'm going to play around with the tracking as well. Hit escape, I'm going to undo. I want you to be the light version. I want you to be the super heavy version. You can see lines, there's a lot of rotating to get everything to look nice. Same with established. I'm actually going to drop down the font size to something smaller. Do the same thing here. So I'm going to make you the big heavy one. And I'm going to make you. If you're finding it hard to select on, I am finding it hard too. Pick to my move tool, transform it around a little bit. Actually, what I might do is before I rotate it around with this layer select, this one here we haven't really looked at. It's called tracking or kerning. Okay, it's the space between letters. So I'm going to drag it up or down. So I'm going to say I want it to be about 50 because it's on the inside of the circle. They're kind of starting to touch. So with Scott shoes, okay, I want it to maybe tuck it in a little bit because it's so maybe minus 50. Now there's a lot of rotating and resizing. Cool, so we're at the end. What I'm going to do is add that kind of S in the middle here and set you a little project. So I've called mine Scott Shoes. You give yours your own name. Let's see if you can get the type to bend around, make it look nicer than my version. And we're going to pick a big kind of like hero, we're picking a logo type. And I'm just going to cheat by clicking once out here. I'm going to type a capital S. I'm going to go through my fonts and I've already gone through my fonts. I'm lying. The one that I want is, so it's not a logo I've designed, I've cheated and just used the font. Where is it called? It's called Hobo? I'm not sure. And I'm going to grab my font size and just make it nice and big. You probably don't have that font, so go through and that you like as a nice big kind of logo type. And I want to see what you make. Okay, so you might have a really long name, okay? So, but give it your name, pick some fonts, circles, colors. I'd love to see a screenshot of what you make for your brand. Doesn't even have to be shoes, just be your name. I want you to prove to me you can do type on a path and out of, when you're posting it, okay, give me a out of 10 how painful it was. Okay, still find it painful and I'm pretty good at this. So you might find it even more painful. So out of 10, 10 being mind-blowingly brain-melting painful, and 1 being super, super easy. I don't know what you're going on about, Dan. So send it to me on social media. Instagram, I'm Bring Your Own Laptop. On Twitter, I'm Dan Loves It. Just post it here on this page. Thanks for tuning in, one of the longer ones. I will see you in the very next video. Hi everyone, in this video we stroke around text and objects, and even we're going to get a bit fancy with double strokes that have patterns in them. All right, let's go and do that now in Photoshop. To get started, you can use the file that we've been working on or just work with any file. We'll start with adding stroke to the text and then an object and doing multiple strokes. Start with the all stars text. So I've got it selected here in my layers. Make sure it's this light gray. And adding a stroke around the outside, use this little icon down the bottom, click on them and go to stroke. It's that easy. Now, yours is probably going to look nothing like mine. Mine was the thing I did. Yours is probably going to be, whizzing through it there, black and like 1 point. So you might be looking at it and going, I can't even see it. It's a little bit hard to see, right? So crank it up. And you can see in my case, it depends on what position yours is set to. I think it's probably by default set to center. I think so. So inside, okay, you can kind of see when I get to this size, it's all on the inside of the font, outside and center. Okay, it straddles both sides of the text. In my case, I want outside. I'm gonna lower it down a little bit, and I'm gonna pick a color. Okay, now you can pick a color from in here. What I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna hold anything down. I can just click out here anywhere, and it picks colors from the document. Okay, so find something you like that maybe ties in with the background. That's gonna work. Click OK, and yeah, that's adding stroke to text. Click OK. Say you really like it and you want to do the same thing to the C Taylor here, what you can do, click the layer. So I'm right clicking the word, not the icon or anything else, just the word all stars, right click it. And there's this one here that says copy layer style. So that's what these little button down the bottom here, it's called a layer style. Okay, all of these are layer styles. So right clicking it and saying copy layer style, okay, I've copied it. I layer a C Taylor layer, okay, and right click him and say paste layer style. And along he comes for the ride. I don't like that, so I'm going to go to edit, but that's the way to do that. Now you can add strokes to anything. We've done it for text, but you can do the same thing for objects. Okay, so this little rectangle here, I can to stroke and there's nothing different. Okay, I just add a stroke around it. The only thing you might notice is that it's kind of faded out. You're like, like it should be exactly the same sort of color as the opacity is right up and it's not the same. It's because we actually lowered the opacity of this rectangle. Okay, earlier on in a previous course. You might not be following along in order, but it is. Let's say I'm going to adjust this to be really big and pick up another color. Click OK. What's happening is, see this opacity here on this layer? The opacity was set to 50. If I turn it back to its pure black color, that stroke comes back to life. And both of those things I hate, so I'm going to go to edit step backwards, edit step, get rid of the stroke. A better example would have been earlier on in the course. Remember we made these circles here. There's this one, okay, and I made a second one and expand just so that I'd probably do that with an extra stroke around the outside. Earlier on in the course, I guess I want to stick to your current skill set. But now, if I would do a circle with a pink stroke around. Now let's go a little bit more advanced. Okay, so this all stars layer here, I'm going to show you how to add more. Okay, it's a handy trick, and I'm going to show you some patterns and things. So. With all stars layer selected, I want to edit the stroke. Let's just say I want to edit it. No, just yet. All you do is double click on this word here called stroke, not effects. Double click on stroke. And I can go in here and just edit it. So that's editing it. Also in here is the chance where I get to add more than one stroke. So there's a few of these layer styles that allow for an extra version of itself, as you like actually. So stroke, inner shadow, there's a few of them you can have doubles of. So in this case, stroke, I want to hit this little plus button. Now I have two strokes. Now the trouble is that it's in the same color, so they don't show over here. And what happens is it's a layer order like your layers over here. So the one on top gets seen first, one underneath. So if I change the one underneath, watch this, and pick a different color. I'm just going to pick random color. Because it's hiding underneath this top one, which is this more peachy color. Okay, but there's one underneath, if I make it a bit bigger, go away, kind of pokes out the sides. That's all strokes. Now, I'd probably pick something. Oh man, it's looking bad. Yeah, it's looking okay. I'm going to go a little bit further. Strokes is kind of advanced, but this next bit, I don't want to blow your brain, but I want to give you there's some cool, easy enough tricks to do while you're here. If you've made it, let's go a bit further. So where it says fill type, okay, we've done color, and that's the normal one. Gradient is, as you imagined it, gradient. We looked at that in an earlier video here to change the colors. But let's look at this one called pattern. It's quite cool. It's quite cool for this particular style here, this kind of like 70s basketball kind of thing. I'm gonna zoom in over here. I've got this kind of like lines that run around the outside. Cool, and that's coming from this pattern. So you can change this pattern. There's some cool options in here. Straight lines, vertical, horizontal, squares, dots. Okay, there's lots of things in here. Those top ones are quite cool. All the rest of them are a little bit, I don't know. I wouldn't say lame. Lame's a bad name. Okay, things to do down here. They get like usable, whoa. Anyway, so I'm gonna go to this one here because I quite like it. You can play around. I'm gonna make it a bit smaller. And what you'll notice is that, remember we had, this was actually a pink. Oh, what was it? I can't remember. So go back to color. Yeah, well, so it was pink, and then I apply this pattern and it goes white, and you're like, yeah, what happened? It's basically where the pattern, see this pattern here has got a black line with a white outside. Now, we're not gonna make your own patterns in this video, okay, but basically, yeah, it's getting the white from this little square here. There's a thing we can do to get around that. We can go into it. We've looked at blend modes a little bit in the past. We haven't really gone into them hardcore. We'll do that later in the course, but it's just the way that this pattern is blending with the background. Behind it is this green circle. So at the moment, it's not doing anything. It's just sitting on top normally. Dissolve never does anything, but then when you start getting into darken and apply, can you see the different effects that are applying here? Okay, so have a little look through which one's gonna work for you in this case. I'm probably just gonna go to multiply. It is really hard to know what they're gonna do in these cases because, you know, it's not you, it's basically the top pattern texturing with the bottom pattern texture and color. And because those are always different, well, normally always different, every time you use something like soft light, you'll be like, huh, it's different if you used it. And that's not you, that's just part of Photoshop. So even me, I have to go through and go this painful kind of like, let's see what all these do. Okay, it is painful. Whoa, difference, it's kind of cool. So I'm gonna go back to multiply because that's what I kind of liked. And I'm gonna scale it down just a tiny bit, or up a bit. Oh, I'm just messing around now. Yeah, that looks okay for me. All right, everyone, so that is how to create a layer style using the stroke with strokes, and we got even fancy with a pattern stroke. And remember, you can copy and paste them by right-clicking the layer, going copy, not paste, going copy, and then pasting it on a different text document or a cross document. Say it's a different completely document, open it up, paste it across, and it's a way of keeping consistent strokes and swooshy line I'm making. All right, let's get into the next video now where we look at bevel and emboss, my absolute worst of the layer styles, but loads of people like them, so anyway, let's go. Hi there, in this video, it's all about bevels and embosses, making this kind of 3D effect. I'll turn it off, turn it back on. I'm not a big fan of it, but you might love it, and that's okay. I will judge you still, but I won't do it to your face, don't worry. Let's jump in now and embosses. All right, so we can add that bevel and emboss to any shape, okay, we like. Okay, instead of text, we're gonna do this circle here. So I'm gonna click on the circle, make sure it's eye on and off so you know you got the right one selected. And it's down here under effects, okay? Bevel and emboss, and that's it, pretty easy, okay? So you've got some bevel and an emboss styles. So the default is inner bevel, looks like it's kind of make it a little disc, okay? And the things you might adjust, okay? There's lots to play around with. Depth, can you see how sharp this looks now around the edges here? I'm gonna turn it down a bit. And the size, how far that creeps in. And then, okay, you can turn it so it gets really fluffy around the outside. So just play with those. Okay, those are your main ones to play around with. The other thing you might play around with is, see this shading? It's interesting. Well, not interesting, but you can see it's going straight from top to bottom. Watch this. I can make it look. You can kind of look at this icon or my little option down here. Let's move down to make it easy. You just click anywhere here and decide where you want it to go. Okay, that is our bevel and emboss. Let's look at a couple of the other options. So, which I kind of like. I don't like any of them. I go through phases though. I hated gradients a couple of years ago, but now you can, as you can tell, doing the gradients. So let's look at emboss. Kind of looks like it's sitting. It does outer and inner. There's pillow emboss. Looks like it's kind of like sitting. It's resting on material. Okay, you just go through and have a little look about these things that you want. Yeah, and play around with the settings you want to. And that is going to be it. I'm gonna leave and click OK. And as soon as I'm finished, I'm gonna click on it and drag it into the bin. You might love embosses. There's nothing wrong with them, it's just personal taste, and that's, yeah. And if you love them, I've got an exercise coming up in a second, and you can cover the whole thing in bevel and embosses, okay? And share it with me, and prove me wrong. All right, that's it for this video. Let's jump into the next one. Hi there, it is drop shadow time. Okay, you can see this text here, both have drop shadows applied. Okay, it's not super hard to do, but we're gonna look at it. We're gonna do it for these stars have drop shadows. Just turn it back on. It's not gonna take us long, but also I'm gonna throw in some bonus did you knows at the end. So hang around and to add a drop shadow to text or any object, just make sure it is selected in your layers panel. Goes this light gray color. Let's go down to effects and go to drop shadow. And that's how you imagined it. Okay, so we'll do a couple little things just to get you a little bit more clued on how it works. So by default, it'll remember the last thing you've done, exactly like mine. So opacity obviously is just how see-throughness it is. Okay, I'm gonna lower mine down a little bit. Now, in terms of drop shadows, it depends. I like down like 90 degrees. Okay, so it kind of pokes off the bottom there. And in terms of distance, it's how far it is away. Give that a play. Okay, and the size is how kind of spread out or dispersed the shadow is. Okay, so it really depends. Like I often just punch in 3 and 3 for these two, and that's enough for what I 5 and 5 or 3 and 3. And that generally gets to the kind of preferred stuff that I like. You might hate that and you might like a big giant fuzzy one, so do that as well. There's no right or wrong. 2 extra things, so let's click on OK. Let's say that I like this and I want to add it to this layer as well. So I can right click it, I can go to copy layer style, find my Scott shoes, which is there it is there. I can right click that and go to paste style. I'm going to do it to these 2 stars as well. So the star here, can I do them both at the same time? Right click, paste style. Oh, I can, fancy. Okay, bottom one here, the opacity changed. So I'm going to lower the opacity again because that's what I liked about it. Anyway, one last thing to talk about when it comes to shadows. So I've got selected, and let's say I don't like it going up and down. I liked it on the text, but I didn't like it over here. So to edit my drop shadow, I just double click the word drop shadow. And let's say I want to change the angle. And what's going to happen is this guy here, use global light. So let's say I move it to the side here. It looks great, but did you notice it changed? Might not. So let's see it all changed. It even changed in this here under the bevel and emboss, which we did earlier. Watch, when I move it around, can you see they all, that's the use of global light. Okay, it just means that every layer style in this whole document will be affected by with the light angle. And that's kind of cool, right? Because you want them all to be hitting the same, but now cast we didn't. I want it to be 90 for them all, but I'm gonna, for this one particular star that I've got selected, I'm gonna turn off that. And watch now, just that one star, okay, and adjusting the way I want. I'm not gonna go through all the settings. You can play around with the contours and the noise, and you can play with the spread. I never do though, so we're gonna leave it for the experiment. But that, my friends, is how to add drop shadows. All right, next video. All right, to make this work, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a hack. And what I mean by that is that there's some skills you're gonna learn, things like smart objects and layer masks, which are gonna make this a very perfect, non-destructive, professional version of what we're just about to do. But we don't have those big old hack version where it works, but it may be not the most professional use. So what we need to do is kind of smush all of this together. Okay, so at the moment, it's all separate layers, kind of smash it into one layer. And to do this quick and easy at the moment, what we're going to do is we're gonna leave, I've saved this version I'm up to. It grays out, already saved. So if you're like, man, it won't let me save, it's because you've already saved and nothing has changed. Watch, I move it, and then it goes, hey, I get to save it again. Okay, so let's save your document, and then let's save a backup. So let's go to save as. So we're gonna keep that one original with all the layers so I can do adjustments. Now I'm gonna call this one hacked postcard. It's not hacked, it's just, we're doing it the bad way. Let's click OK. And what we're gonna go to layer, and we're gonna go to this one that says flatten image. And you can see all my good work and all my separate layers have gone. I can't separate them out. That's the bad bit. Though, is it allows us to do the drop shadow and kind of moving it around. First up, we need to, we have that kind of continued problem with background and it's locked. So just next one, my postcard. So that's phase one, it's got rid of the lock. Next one is we need to expand the background a little bit. So the easiest way is under image canvas size. Canvas size, think of it as your page size. So at the moment we are using inches, okay, 6x4. I want it to be a bit bigger either side. So maybe 1.5 inches, 1.5. Oh, what was that, 5.5 either side? Okay, and click OK, and just make a bit of extra background now. Cool, so next thing I wanna do is add a background behind it. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new layer. It's this little turned up page here. I'm gonna call this one my background. With it selected, I'm gonna say I wanna go to edit, and I'm gonna go to fill. So I'm gonna fill that layer with what color? I'm going to fill mine with black. You're my background. You can pick a color. I'm just going to pick black. Click OK. And problem with the layer order is obvious now. Background's at the top. So click, hold underneath. Now what I want to do with this, you could have just picked a solid color. Okay, what I want to do is add my gradient that we did earlier, because remember, I'm overdoing gradients all the way through this course. So I'm going to go down to effects. I've got that layer selected, effects, and I'm going to go to gradient overlay. And it's remembering the default that I had. Okay, but remember, if you click on the word gradient here, you can double click these two little houses to pick new colors. But that's in an earlier tutorial. Jump back and check out the gradient one if you wanted it. What I might do is change the direction a bit. And I'm going to lower the opacity. Lowering the opacity in this case, because there's black as my background color, it's going to kind of darken it up, because there's the black, kind of raising it up a little bit. Find where you want to be. Click OK. Now we're going to use our drop shadow and rotation. So click on postcard. Let's rotate it. Go to edit transform. Use rotate. But now we're using super duper shortcuts. Remember, which is it? You can't remember. It is Command T on a Mac or on a PC. Okay, and not there, just a bit further out, click, hold, and drag. I don't know why it's on the angle. It's just like, I don't know, down in a casual but professional way. I don't know. Not sure why it doesn't work that way. It has to be on that kind of lean. When you finish, hit return on your key. And now we're going to add our drop shadow. And yeah, there's not going to be much more than that. That's what we're going to do. We're learning it now because it's going to be part of your homework in the next video. So if you like, I'm just going to add a nice big shadow, opacity up, distance up, play with the angle, size-wise. Look at that. Beautiful. I never play around with the spread. You'll see, it's not why, like, it's like the choke. It's just kind of this kind of drop shadow further out. I just never use it. You might love it. Let's click OK. That's our little gangster lean. We are now going to add a bit of text onto the next video. Totally skip ahead now because I am just going to add some text. But you can stay if you like. This is like a client presentation, right? So I'm going to say my super client is going to be, actually, I'm going to keep these on all separate lines. Actually, I'll put a return in client and project. What I'm going to do, select them all. I'm going to say it. I'm going to use a different font. Museo I've been using through this font course. You don't have it probably. It's a font you can download from Typekit if you want to go and do that. Out of your Creative Cloud license. I'm not going to cover it all now, but I'm going to use a slab. It comes in a slab version as well, which I like. So I'm going to go to the light version. I'm going to grab the font, lower it down. I'm going to do the leading here. Not so much leading. Not so much font size either. Yeah, that'll do it for me. Cool. I'm going to duplicate this. Now we've been using the right click duplicate. I'm going to share a little secret. If you hung around, okay, watch this. Click, hold, and drag it to the new window, and it makes a duplicate and gives it the name copy. Cool, and there he is there. Awesome hand sometimes. I keep telling people to go disappear, and then I give you a super secret trick. All right, so this one here, I'm going to use the 900. And the client for this one is going to be Scott Shoes. It's going to be their spring sale postcard. I'm reluctant to date these things because I've got stuff in my portfolio that's like 10 years old. Just holding on in terms of being okay to add to that, still add to it, but it might be a big client or I just want to hang on to it, so I don't date them. What's going to date this though? You know, I think I'm catching the end of this gradient phase as well. I feel like the whole Instagram gradient filter type thing is a little while, whilst my portfolio is gradient-tastic. All right, so that's going to be it for this video. Next video, we're going to set a project for everybody. Let's jump into that and do it now. All right, it is homework project time. Don't think of it as homework, think of it as ways to really solidify learned so far. And I promise you, I've taught this loads of times, and it's the people who bother going and doing these little extras that really find the benefits, or at least stick a lot more than, you know, just kind of following along with me with the videos. So Your homework, that's not really homework, it's fun stuff to do. You'll find the outline in your exercise. Okay, so exercise files, there's a folder in there called projects, and you can open either one of these. One's a Word doc, and one's a PDF, whatever's takes your fancy, they're the same. Okay, and in here you need to do. I'll quickly run through it here. Basically, it's creating your own version of our postcard and sharing it with us. Okay, you don't have to share it with me, but I'd love you to. These are the requirements. Okay, so you choose your own theme, pick, you might have a business you work for, your own kind of like side hustle that you do stuff for. It could just be or a social group or anything you can think of to do a postcard for. Choose your own image. You might use one from your cell phone, or if you're a photographer, use one of your own, or go grab one. I want you to fix that image. Okay, so something from Unsplash is probably not going to need much fixing, but if you're using your own one, go through, do the levels, just like the hues and vibrance, all that whole section on adjustments. Have a look through that. I want you to add a gradient. It's totally optional. I'm into gradients, as you know, but see if you can do this thing. Even if you don't want it in your final, you don't want this kind of like hideous gradient, you can, I just want you to run through the process just so you know about blending modes and those types of things. Once you have at least, I kind of did them all to try and fit them all in for this course. So we've got circles and stars and rectangles with corners. You just need at least one. In terms of colors, okay, you might let drive the colors like we did for some of these circles, or you can go to Adobe Color Themes to get inspiration for colors. Remember those 5 color swatches that it picked for us? Next thing is you need text, okay, like the standard text here. You can kind of copy the structure that I had. You're allowed to use Lorem Ipsum. But you also need to do that text on a path. Just down the bottom here where it kind of wrapped around, or maybe the stripy stuff on the line, you can do either of those. One uses of that, or 2 or 10, but I want to see that. I want to see at least styles. So that includes drop shadows, strokes, gradients, bevel and bosses. Have a look through that whole list. We didn't cover them all in this course. You might find, I'll experiment with another one and surprise me with inner feather or outer feather. I can't think of any other ones, but 2 of them at least. And then I want you to present it, not exactly like this, but in that same sort of vein where we saved a version, flattened it down, then we kind of, it doesn't have to be on an angle, okay? It could just be straight in there, but a little drop shadow to make it look like it's, you might put in the background a photograph of a desk, so on a desk, okay? But that's the way I'd like you to present it for this particular exercise. And then I want you to save and share. And over here, it just says save a JPEG copy. Exporting yet? Okay, we did saving, but just so you know, file, save. Ooh, file, save as even. Okay, and option in here is JPEG. That's the easy one to share around, okay? Or you can just take a screenshot. On my Mac, it's Command-Shift-4. Okay, hold those keys down and on stuff. And then on my desktop, you hear the little snappy noise. That on my desktop will be a screenshot. That's an easy way to do it as well. On a PC, can't remember the print screen button on there somewhere. You'll have to Google that one. Or do the save as JPEG. And that is it, my friends. Well, I want you to share it with me. Okay, you can DM, want to share it publicly, but let's share it publicly. Okay, great places are Instagram, just tag me. Okay, you can click on that link to get to my Instagram account. You can tag me in Twitter as well. There's a getting started. I'd love you to get in there and start using that. I've only just got going with that, and yeah, you might be the first one there. But share it in there. But also you can use these accounts as well, and you can use a direct message. If you're not much of a social person, just there's an assignment, depending on the website you're looking at, it ends up on a couple of places where you can, there's an assignment section, or you can just use the comments underneath the video. This video right here, you'll see a comment section and share it there. All right, that's it. You don't have to do it, of course, but if you do, I'll see you in the next video in a couple of hours. Maybe a lot longer than that, depending on your current Photoshop skills. And for the people that are going to skip ahead, I will put seconds in the next video. All right, let's go.